All right, here we go. Once more into the breach, dear friends. Once more into the breach. Cry havoc, and let slip the dogs of miniature wargaming. All right, here we are back here in the pocket dimension, painting all the things right here with your boy JP Gotrokkits. Once again, how is everybody today? Hopefully you've had a good week up until now. Hopefully Thursday has treated you well. Thursday is a really weird day, if you ask me. It's kind of a day where you found the groove for work, but just about the time you're ready to get a lot done, you tend to it's it's kind of the end of the week, and you're doing pretty good on a Wednesday and a Thursday, and then tomorrow is Friday, so why even bother? So working on this month's monster of the month, or monthly monster, subscriber perk, and this happens to be September. Remember the day in September. No, but if you like what I do and you want to help out, now is a great time to actually subscribe to the channel if you're here on Twitch, and show a little bit of love, help me out, and also become a monthly monster. You may actually wind up with one of these fine monsters as a pet at your house. So, all right. So I was working on the wings when last we left our hero. He was working on these wings. So I was going for a wet blend, but it didn't, after it dried, it really didn't look quite so wet blendy. So I'm going to add a little bit of magenta not magenta, sorry, a little bit of dark hot pink from the Louise Sugden Rogue Hobbies paint paint line, and a little bit of the Royal Purple from the Vince Venturella paint line. But before I get too far along, I need to put my eyes on so I can see what I'm doing. So here we go. Alright, so I'm going to mix a little bit of that. So we're going to try to keep on with the wet blending a little bit. And we're going to pick up some of this hot pink. And we're going to put it right here. I don't want to go too far in. I want to pick up a little bit of this purple and go right here. And just let those two kind of blend right there. Get a little more gradient going. Then we'll put some blue back here. So let me get a little bit of this dark Prussian blue, and we'll blend that back in to that purple right there. So pick up a little water, as you do. Pick up a little bit of that pink right there. And a little bit of this purple. Pick it up here. And we'll just drag it back this way. Drag that pink into the purple. Get a little bit more of a gradient. Just trying to build more of a gradient than what I had the other night. So I think that's going to work a little bit better. Get a little bit, it's a little brighter So we'll do a little bit of that here, right up here. And I think that'll have a little bit nicer, just a little stronger effect where I was hoping that purple would take us. So going a little bit brighter, we're kicking the contrast up a little bit more, which that's what we're looking for, is contrast. So and we'll do add us up a little blue here, a bit of the heavy blue, the dark Prussian blue. We'll add that right here, right there. And we'll pick up some of this purple and lead it in here. Clean the brush off because that dark Prussian blue is a little overpowering. So we'll pick up the purple right here and bring that in. So that gets a little bit more of a gradient going. It's not a super creamy blend. I'm not super good at this, but I'm trying. It's a nice little experiment. So add a little bit of that purple, the Vince Venturella purple to the Louisa Sugden's dark hot pink there, and we'll get a nice pink to purple blend there, I think. And then we'll add a little bit of the dark Prussian blue right here, and I think we're going to get a much better blend that way. And we'll just take this purple down here. A little more purple right in this band right here. And work this blue down. And work the blue down from the purple. Make sure we pick up a little bit of that purple and let it fade, let it drag into the blue. There we go. Now granted, it's not the smoothest purple to blue transition, but we can just mop it back in here, kind of see what it does here. Yeah, that's not too bad. Not too bad at all. I think that turned out pretty nice. I think that was more like what I was looking for. But I was only using two colors, and there wasn't as much of a gradient before. So now I've got a much more dramatic gradient going from the dark hot pink to the purple to the dark blue. So I think that's much closer to what I was looking for. So I'm almost impressed with that. Maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe I shouldn't be too impressed with this space station that I've designed. The power of this space station is insignificant when compared to the power of the Force. Oops, look out. Here I go, knocking the light out of the way. I gotta get my lights set up. I gotta take some time off from the channel here and spend some time getting my space worked out. Although I will say this, I was gonna have a nice simple September. No place to go, nothing to do. Talked to a buddy of mine last night. He wants to go to the local bluegrass festival. So I just can't refuse that, you know. We both know a lot of the musicians that are going to be playing there anyway, so it's like, well, when you know the talent that's there, and there is a lot of talent. When you know who's playing, it's much more interesting to go to something like that when you know who's there, you know. When you know who's playing. So I think that'll be a nice time. I got a friend that's a really excellent fiddle player. Actually, a couple of friends that are really excellent fiddle players. So check them out. So there we go. Now don't worry about it. It's a little on the bright side right now, but that's okay. Um, the acrylic tends to um, dry darker. So it's a pretty decent little exercise in wet blending, I gotta say. Hopefully, I haven't clogged up the details too much because doing a few more coats than I had thought I'd intended to. So. Thin that down and let it feather out just a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, it looks a lot better, I think. Looks a lot better. Much better, I think. Getting a nice blend going through there. Especially here, it's a little bit longer here than it is there. So it's close. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. Pretty close to what I was intending. So a lot closer than what I had. All right, so it's looking a lot better. That wet blending is really doing the job. Starting out with a higher contrast than I did the other night. So I thought I had good contrast, but I did not have good contrast. That really pops. That high hot pink up there at the very tippy tips is really the way to go here. So that is the Louise Sugden Rogue Hobbies. Rogue Hobbies hot pink, dark hot pink. Just put some wet in there. Throw just a smidge, just a touch of water on here maybe. Just to wetten up just a little bit. We'll put some of the purple right there. And we'll put some more of the pink here. I'm going to drag this purple up into that pink. And drag the pink back into the purple. Add a little more purple down here in this area. A little more purple. Add a little more pink right up here, just to get that higher high point there. Keep adding some purple here. A little more purple right across here. Bring that further on down. Pick up some dark Prussian blue right here. Add a little more water because that's starting to dry out there just a little. Don't want to let it get too dry, or else we'll wind up tearing the paint and we'll get all those weird little bumps and ridges and everything. We don't want that to happen. Losing some values a little bit there. So here, right there. Add a little bit of that dark Prussian blue. And just let her blend right in there like that. I'm going to have to load up some more dark Prussian blue on my palette, looks like. It's starting to run a little low, but that's okay. It's got such a heavy pigment in it that we'll just get it out of here. Add a little water. And we'll blend it right here, just like that. And then we'll take that dark blue and just go back there. Yeah, that blend is pretty tasty, if I gotta say so myself. Not too bad. I don't want to impress myself too much. You know? Don't want to impress myself too much. Yeah. Yeah, so that turned out pretty nicely on that wing there. And that's turned out pretty nicely over here. So we are going till 11 o'clock tonight. That's the plan anyway. Depends on if I'm not tired. Last few mornings I just kind of woke up way too early for whatever reason. Go figure. Don't really know why, but I have woken up way too early the last couple of mornings, last few mornings. Which it affects my ability to stay up late. 11 o'clock is starting to look like late now. I don't know what that is. What's that all about? Oh yeah, just doing some wet blending here. Pick up some of that dark Prussian blue from Vallejo down here in the corner. And we'll let this purple blend into that. Pick up a little bit of that purple right there. And let those two mingle. They like to mingle. Let them get to know each other. See what kind of things they can come up with. Bring that blue. I want to try to get to a pure color blue down here. So there's a little wet blending going on there. It's looking pretty good. Looking pretty decent, as the kids say. Get a little, fix that right there. Bring a little bit of that blue and purple up in here. More of that purple right there. Don't be afraid to thin it thin. And just push it out. Just push those colors where you want them to go. And if you do have to add a little more color, you can always feather the edges off of it. And when I say feathering the edges, I mean just let it add a little water and just let it kind of become a little more translucent so that you don't really overpower that transition. Almost like a little bit of a glaze almost. So here I'm just going to kind of let that dark blue find its way and just thin it off just a smidge. because I brought the purple down here just a little more than I really wanted to. Same thing here. And it'll still show through a little bit because I'm keeping it fairly thin. And I just did a little, just added just a little hint of the purple back into it, just at that area. Right there, just so we can get that dark blue, get back down here to that dark blue. Just like that. Get a nice natural gradient. Though I think it's odd that we talk about having natural gradients when dragons are completely unnatural. I've never seen a dragon. Now, if anybody out there has ever seen a dragon, let me know. That's pretty cool. Just kind of hit that back edge. I was going to try to lighten up this back, the trailing edge on this wing as well, go from like a dark blue to a light blue, but I think the transition between the pink to the purple is, I'm just gonna give a little smear with my finger here. I think that transition between the pink to the dark blue is probably going to do exactly what I was trying to do wanted to do on the trailing edge. But I don't have a lot of space to make a nice transition on the trailing edge. So I was going to try to go dark blue to light blue back here. But I don't think I really have to. I mean, I could, maybe. But I think the pink to purple to blue transition is, yeah, I think this is going to do it. Yeah, for sure. There's that purple. There's pink. Pink and purple right here. The pink and purple mix right there. Bring the purple down. Bring the purple down, down, down. Pick up the blue. Put the blue right there. Mix that blue in. The blue may be a little bit on the strong side. Maybe a little too strong for this purple. But we'll just add a little more purple. Right here. And if that doesn't do it, we'll just add a smidge, just a couple of dots of pink there. And just work that transition down a little more. Add some more blue here. Just like that. Just like that. Pink to blue. And we'll just bring solid blue on down to the very trailing edge of the wing. Right there. And yeah. It gets a little faster every time I try it, right? Still getting a little bit too much of a delineation between the colors. That's okay. We'll add a little water and let the let the colors just naturally blend like that. There we go. That's a nice blend. That's a nice blend right there. And they're starting to darken down a little bit as they dry. They're getting a little darker, so that's okay. It does have a nice noticeable transition now, which is what I was hoping for with the other purple to blue. But I just needed something to add a little more definition, a little more suggestion to it. I think that's going to do it. Yeah. So. Wow, that's one of the best. You know, the thing is, it's hard to do that on a very small surface. Like I tried to do some wet blending on the aggressor team, the Tech Commander figures I did a couple of months ago. The blue camouflage dudes. Tried to do those and tried to get some wet blending in on those. But as it was, those were really so small it was hard to tell. It was really hard to accomplish too. So adding a little bit more of the purple from the Vince Venturella line range of signature paints by Monument Hobbies. Adding some of the actual just strong purple here, right there. Get that transition going. Run it back up here a little bit if we want. And then we'll take this blue and set that there. And bring some of the blue back up into that purple. And then we're going to bring some of that purple back down into the blue. Add a little bit of that pink still. Work it up here. Bring it down. Meet that all down into that blue. Just drag it right down in here. That pink. Oh, let me rinse my brush out. That's I'm adding too much of the dark up where the light is. So let me just pick up some of that pink. And we'll just let that blend on down, blend it on down. Well, we'll just drag it towards, we'll drag all that pigment the direction we want it to go. And we'll put a line of blue here where we think it's going to change. And we're going to continue to drag that paint right through into its neighbors here. So right here. So the idea is not to have lines of color, but bands of color where everything's blending. Excuse me. So blend that on down. Add the blue down here. And just drag that purple on into that blue. Or the blue into the purple, whichever way you want to call it. So, because the idea of wet blending is to let everything blend in when it's wet, so that it takes on takes on qualities of its neighbors. Just like that. Almost like a rainbow. Of course, now I'm simulcasting over to YouTube, so I can't do little pieces of music like the Rainbow Connection song, right? I can't sing that. Why are there so many? See, that's about all you can do. Songs about rainbows and what's on the other side. That's probably about all I can get away with. So, and then I'm just going to highlight that leading edge with a little bit of bright pink. See where that takes us. It's not really bright pink, it's dark hot pink from the Rogue Hobbies collection by Monument Hobbies. I'll just add a little bit of that purple there. Pick up some of that blue. And as you can see, once you start using wet blending, you really will never stop using wet blending. It's just like when I learned to paint yellow. Man, it was really hard to not paint everything yellow. Oh, this should be yellow. I'd like to paint this in yellow. Well, maybe you shouldn't paint everything in yellow. All right. That's a nice transition right there. That's some nice blending, if I do say so myself. Hopefully, if you're watching this, maybe at a later date, maybe you think so as well. Or if you're watching on YouTube, why don't you leave a comment down below and tell me how you would do it, or if there's a better way to do it, or if there's something I need to do to make it better. And if you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to wrestle the thumb and hit the bell. So you can come back and hang out with me here in the Pocket Dimension painting all sorts of wonderful things. We paint all the things. So the ad break is now over on Twitch. And probably if I'd have noticed that, I would have gone and changed out my water. But I didn't notice that. But wow, that is a pretty decent transition right there. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to let you all look at that dude right there. We'll bask in his glory. We can't bask in his glory. He's not a basilisk. Can you hug an owlbear? Can you bask with a basilisk? These are ponderable imponderables. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Alright, I'm going to change out my water because it's really getting untenable. I don't really use a whole lot of water in my cup, as you noticed. I just put enough in there to rinse out what I'm doing. And after a while, it gets a little sludgy. So give me just a moment. And I will be right back. All right, we're holding fast with one viewer on, and I believe it's it's just my computer that is the one viewer, as it is. So that's okay. Some nights are going to be more, and some nights are going to be less. So. All right. So I'd like to do that to the underside of the wings too, I think. But I think I would like to maybe do it reverse. So what I mean by that, wow, I really don't want to take this off my holder, but I'm going to take it off the holder here. So what I'd like to do, I think, here is I'd like to make these trailing edges more pink and work it back towards that dark blue here. So blue next to the arm and pink out here. So it would be more of a light color to dark here, and then under here dark to light. Is that correct? I don't know. Maybe it isn't. But if it's not right, if it's wrong, I don't want to be right. Or I could just paint it purple and let it go, you know? Depends on how much work we want to get into here tonight. I almost want to let it just go on the bottom. But because the bottom is so hard to paint, it's just really challenging. So I don't know. Since there's nobody in chat to tell me what to do, I mean, that is kind of the perks of being here and being a member of the monthly monster crew. As a subscriber, you get to give suggestions on how the monthly monsters are painted. And the subscriptions I'm talking about are the Twitch subscriptions. So, but if you subscribe on YouTube and share and like and do all the things, that would be pretty cool. You can get notified, hit the bell button so that it shows all the notifications. Not just general notifications, because that does nothing. You'll never see it if it comes on, but definitely if you're at all interested in painting miniatures, come by and hang out with me sometimes. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right. So let's go ahead and do this. We'll pick up some of the dark hot pink from the Louise Sugden line from Monument Hobbies there, the Pro Acryl Louise Sugden Essential Colors. That if you actually had that and you had the mind to, and you knew more about blending and color theory, you could actually get all of the colors that you need out of those 6 colors. Truth. So I'd have to say that the dark hot pink is more of a salmon color, maybe, at least to my eyes. Though they do actually make a salmon color, which is a little more pink. I think the salmon color would actually be a little bit more pinky pink than the dark hot pink. My cat is tearing apart my house, it sounds like. I don't know what he's doing out there. He's having a temper tantrum is what he's having. It's like a kid. I'm going to have to go out and see what he knocked over and knocked off and see if he's all right. I swear he has temper tantrums. If he can't go where I am, if I go in the bathroom, he throws a temper tantrum. He starts he starts throwing things around the house. He's a good boy. Oh, he's what a cat he is. I'll tell you what. Yeah. Yeah, so I need to maybe blend that up just a little bit more. Right there, but take it just a little bit of that pink and we'll work it back here. A little more. I think some of that purple is starting to dry down, so it's not wanting to blend very well. So I'll just get a little bit. Hey, Miar, how's it going? Dog looks like long bone cancer. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear about your pupper. That's too bad. Yeah, that is a sad thing. I don't know. I mean, sometimes people will pay money to have their dogs have treatment, but other people, it's just too much. Hard decision to make. Painful and unfortunate. Yeah. Well, no, and dogs won't act like it. I mean, they won't register pain. If they see you, they're happy to see you and they're going to get up and force themselves and you're not going to know it, you know? They wouldn't show it. Not until the very end, really, where they're just limping along. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I hate it too. I hate it. I hate to hear that. Because there's nothing I hate worse than an animal in pain. I can't hardly watch animal rescue shows. Make me mad. They make me mad. They make me sad. They make me frustrated. All right. So I'm working on my wet blending tonight, Miar. Not to change the subject here, but I thought I'd show this off to you a little bit. So the other night when I was working on this, I just tried to go from purple to blue, and it really wasn't standing out. It really wasn't showing off too well. So I went ahead and I used the dark hot pink from Louise Sugden, and then transitioned that into the Vince Venturella purple, and then down to the dark Prussian blue again. So I needed more definition, is what it needed. So we got it there. And so then I wrestled with myself. Do I want to just leave it purple on the underside of the wings, or do I want to do something interesting there? So where it's light pink up front here on the bottom of the wing, it's going to be light pink in the back. So I thought I'd do that. So hopefully it will look good, and hopefully somebody will it will make a nice addition to their menagerie. The next one is going to be a cave troll. Why? Because they have a cave troll. But I went to a couple of nerd stores in the area last weekend. They had a couple of them had some sales going on, so I took advantage of that. So that I could have some nice things to paint up for my subscribers. Because that's what we do here. Monsters are the monthly monster here. Always a fun addition to the channel, I think. So let's blend this in there. We'll just let it do what it wants to do. I don't think I have to do too much. I love it when a plan comes together. Look at that. Now, could this be a little bit better over here? This pink, should I maybe touch that up a little bit? Maybe. So I think I should, though. So we'll just touch that up just a little bit. Make it so it doesn't look so splotchy. We'll do that back here, too. Because light over dark. Yep, so that's good. Good. So that's pretty cool. Alright, I'm going to take a little stretch here. Oh, stretchy stretch. Set this dude down for just a moment. I got to give my eyes a little bit of a rest. This getting old business is for the birds. Don't care for it much. That, and I haven't had supper yet tonight. I came home and kicked back. Just needed to relax and decompress a little bit, you know. You know how that is. So oh. A little bit of fuzz got on there. So, all right. So a little bit more on that panel right there, this next panel. So we'll add a pretty good quantity of this Louise Sugden dark hot pink here. Bring that up to about the middle. about a third of the way up, I should say. About a third of the way up. And then we'll take some of the purpley purple, real honest to goodness Vince Venturella Royal Purple here. Put that here. And then we will push a little bit of that, we'll push that pink into it and get that nice blend right here. Add a little more pink. Add that up just a little more there. Add a little more purple right here. And then up here by the very front, well, I got too much purple on my brush yet. So let me clear that off just a little bit. Put some of that blue right here. We'll transition some blue right up into that purple and let that mix, and then we'll draw some of that purple back down into the blue. So we get that nice deep purple to blue, dark blue look. It is in a difficult place to paint. It's in a difficult place to see, but I gotta give my best. You know, people are supporting the channel, and this is the Perk. So I gotta give my best because they deserve it. And each time I do it, it seems to go a little faster, you know. So it's pretty pretty decent. Pretty decent, I gotta say. It's now I'm sure there's probably somebody somewhere that can do this a lot better than me. It's not a method that I really use a lot. If you watch my stream regularly, you'll know I generally do mid dark base coat tones, mid tones. I go from a dark base to a mid to highlights, and that's just the way I normally paint, which is kind of that Kev Dallimore style, that heavy metal almost, circa 1997 style. But people are really getting into some of these more artistic methods, which makes sense, and as they should be, quite honestly. And leaving old dinosaurs with those old methods of painting behind. And I don't want to get left behind. Add a little bit of that blue right there. Bring that up. And yes, I do have a little purple left in my brush, but that's okay. And then we'll drag that back into there. And I'm just trying to keep from having... Now, the texture on the underside of the wing does tend to lend itself to having bands, so to speak, or having delineations. But that's okay. Yeah, that just turned out pretty nicely right there. And I didn't hardly do anything. I just let the paint work itself how it wanted to work itself, you know. Now I may need to thin this off just a little bit. That's need to blend that in just a touch. Right there. So all right, looks like we got an ad break for a minute and a half here. So that's over here on Twitch for those of you who are watching on the Facebook, not the Facebook, the what YouTube. That's the thing. On the Facebook, I don't. Somebody said, "Oh yeah, he streams over on Facebook." I've never streamed on Facebook a day in my life. It's a whole nother. That's a whole nother world over there. I mean, I guess I could. I mean, there's so many platforms you could stream on a different platform every day of the week, you know. Which is a thought. that's an idea. All right, we're gonna let that dry. We're gonna take a quick little break. Just a quick little break. So it looks like there's a whole lot of work that's been done there, and it's very complicated, but it really isn't that bad, believe it or not, Miar. Wet blending is, it does it really, it really takes care of itself. You know, you get that gradient looks like you've spent hours and hours glazing from one to the other, and really you haven't. And these wings are a great place to do it. They've got some really deep texture, so a little bit of thicker paint is not going to hurt it too much. So, do I use retarder? This time I'm not, but yes, I do. Of course, you know that I like to use the Merlin's Magic Medium, right? So there's the Cuttlefish Colors Merlin's Magic Medium, which I got that bottle at Adepticon this past one, and of course I do have retarder, so I could probably add a little bit in to make that work a little bit better, but I haven't had the issue. I haven't really had an issue with it right now. So, I mean, it's just doing just great. And I'm not really doing huge areas. Here's a little wetting agent. I like to use that sometimes. But last time I used wetting agent, retarder, and flow aid, because here's my big bottle of flow aid, because it comes in little tiny bottles. So here's the Liquitex flow aid. And so I got a couple of bottles of that and just put it in this big bottle. This is just a condiment bottle that you can get at the grocery store. So, which that would probably be a good thing to hold to keep water in when I do finally switch up to wet palette. But as you can see, I don't use a wet palette. I use this tile, um, which I guess it works for me. You know, it's just how I've always painted. A tile is a lot better than a piece of cardboard because um, it doesn't soak in, but you still do have that little bit of, it does dry on the tile still. So plus minus, is it good? Is it bad? I don't know. It's just whatever works for you. Um, when I was seriously considering about switching over to a wet palette, one of the painters that I really respect, I respect his craft, and I respect him as a person too. He's a fairly wise person, he seems like. Said, look, if if you are comfortable with the way you paint, if you are comfortable with what you use, if you are comfortable with what you're doing, what you're using, then why do you want to change? That's a good question. If you are comfortable, so I'm comfortable using this tile, right? Now I've used my friend's wet palette whenever we sit and paint at at Adepticon. We were using his wet palette, and it does keep the paints a little wetter, but I felt there were a couple of drawbacks to it at first. Not gonna lie, it wasn't my. I didn't really have any problems with it. It didn't cause me any problems, but I found that the first couple of drops of paint tended to break out a little bit. So, you know, but this gentleman said, if you are used to using what you're using and it works for you and you do good work with it, why do you want to change? Do you feel you need to change? Because if you paint comfortably, if you're comfortable with what you're doing, you're going to paint better than if you're using something that somebody else tells you need to use, right? So why do I want to transition to a wet palette? Is it because somebody said that I need to use a wet palette? Or is it because it really works better for me? Good question. I don't know that a wet palette would necessarily work better for me overall. What I have works for me. So do I need to change? Do I need to use a wet palette? Are there advantages to me using a wet palette over using my tile? I don't know. It would be a matter of experimentation, I guess, and seeing if it works better for me. But as you can see, I've done all right just using this old tile. If I'm here working with retarder, I could see it working on tile. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I do use the retarder for sometimes, but the base on this hive tyrant. So here's a hive tyrant that I need to get back to working on. This base, I painted this base up, but I used retardant, and I did a little bit of wet blending on there and everything. It's hard to tell. It's just grays, just like 5 different shades of grays in the base. But I used retardant on that, retardant and wet blend, flow aid and wetting agent, and it literally took a day and a half for that base to dry, so I could work on the rest of the figure. Because I did the base first, which made sense to me. But that base was wet. That acrylic paint was wet for close to 36 hours. Just by adding those additives. I think I might have overdone it on the additives. Can you believe it? Pretty wacky. Hey, Midril. How's it going? So I'm working on wet blending tonight. A little bit. So wet blending these wings. So I'm going opposite. Well, I'm doing the bottom of the wings opposite to the top, just to give it a little bit of interest there. So I used Louise Sugden pink, dark hot pink from Pro Acryl, from her signature series, the Rogue Hobby signature series. So I'm using the pink at the hot spot there. I'm using the royal purple from the Vince Venturella Pro Acryl signature series. And then I'm using the dark Prussian blue down at the very end. So I'm getting that nice gradient from pink to purple. Now I tried to do this just with the purple and the blue the other night, but it didn't give me enough of a noticeable transition. So I'm doing pretty well. Today was a good day at work. So yesterday and today have been pretty decent. Not epic, but decent. So tomorrow, it's kind of been a weird long week for being a short week. And tomorrow I've got a service call to go on, and I sort of already know what the problem is. It's basically just kind of checking in with the customer, you know. Been lurking on and off as I can't. That pink is really making the blue pop. Yes, it is. It makes a nice transition. It makes a nice counterpoint. This pink up here, even though it blends out and gets a little dark, it makes a nice contrast to this back here, and that transition in between really is a lot stronger. So, but I needed to do something because the purple and blue just by itself didn't have enough of interest, didn't have enough of a get up and go to it, you know what I mean? So I just added that pink in, and I was like, I gotta have something of a higher value, and I was looking for magenta. I was at first, my original idea was maybe just dry brush some magenta over it, and just kind of magenta dry brush, and then dry brush some purple, and then dry brush some blue, and let the dry brush kind of brush into each other. But I don't have magenta. I thought I did, but I don't. So, and then the real trick is to avoid getting bands, like just straight bands between them. So that blending is going to do its own thing here. But yeah, Midril, thanks for stopping in. Thanks for the lurk and chatting a little bit. Definitely appreciate you being here. So, very cool. Are you working some more on your NIDS tonight? Because those termagants, whatever you're working on, I know they were the gaunts. I know I can remember that much. So, they're looking pretty decent. I like the green that you're working with there. Kind of, not too many people do aliens in green, you know, little green men. It's one of those things that seems like people tend to avoid doing green when they're doing Tyranids. Traveling this week, so it's all lurking. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for making time and hanging out with me then. But here's to getting back to your paint desk. Always miss my paint desk when I have to travel. When work sends me out, I definitely missed. Now just drag this through here like this. Oh. I should have cleaned off my brush before I did that, but that's okay. It's called wet blending for a reason. Wet blending for a reason. That's why they call it wet blending, folks. So, I got to get my lighting situation situated for sure. I've got the stuff to do it. I have everything to do it, just don't have the time. That's the problem. That is the problem, is the time. Visiting the wife's grandmother's been a lot of driving. We'll head home tomorrow. Understandable. Well, grandparents are a special thing, you know. Eventually you run out of them. So, you do tend to run out of grandparents. You know, that's the funny thing is they've always been there, and then one day they're gone. So give Granny a hug for me. But yeah, grandparents are a special thing. I had some good ones. I had some really good ones. I think I learned more about life sometimes from my grandparents than I did from my parents at times. So, late 80s and something like 94, so we're taking the time with them while we can. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yep, get some stories, ask the questions, think about questions you can ask them. That's something I don't know that I did a good job with. I learned by their examples, but there's questions I never asked. Of course, my granddad was in World War II, and he never talked about that experience. So, you know, when a fella doesn't talk about that, you know not to ask. So, but I think I could have tactfully asked about it, found a way to tactfully ask questions. But good idea. My dog is not a grandparent, but I'm spending all my after work time with her. Yeah, Miar, understandable. Get in every moment you can with the things that are going to be gone. I think about my cat, you know. I haven't had a pet for a long time, and this little guy, he's come right along, and just he is just something else, I'll tell you what. And but I got to be careful because I do get a little down because I start thinking one day I'm going to come home and he's not going to be moving, or I'm going to wake up one morning and he's not going to be moving, or he's going to get sick. I'm going to have to take him to the vet, and I'm going to have to make a really bad decision. I'm going to have a really bad day. These things happen. This is part of life. But it's not a pleasant part of life. But we do go on, you know. So seems every time I do something for me, like paint, something bad happens with someone. Normally my dog, like I'm being punished. I don't want to lose her, you know. Probably not in the right mind for this conference. Yeah, I understand, Miar. Yeah. It's been a hard day. All right. It's okay. You don't have to talk. You can just hang out here. You're more than welcome to hang. Just listen as I waffle on and on. about painting here. Well, I don't think painting is gonna make bad things happen to you there, Miar. I think it's just the timing of the situation. You know, that's really all it boils down to. Is just the timing. So much in life really boils down to timing. Jobs, relationships, what have you. Just boils down to timing. But we're happy when happy things happen, and we're sad when sad things happen. But just because there are sad things that happen, it doesn't make the happy things any less important or less notable. You know. So take the good with the bad. The whole of life is what we need to experience. We only have so many years on this earth to experience life, you know. So taking the good with the bad and getting the full measure of life, you know. Feel all the feelings. It's part of the being human. Add a little water. And blend, blend, blend. Blend, blend, blend. Blend, blend, blend. Blend, blend, blend. Bring this in just a little more. Not a bad attempt at wet blending, I must say. Doing it upside down and in a place I can't reach. That's very difficult. But we are making the attempt. We're giving it the old college try, as they used to say. So, pink is a very happy color. It's also over in the old days. Pink was considered a very manly color too. If that makes any sense, it's kind of interesting. Oh, I can't see anything because I'm in the shadow here. In the shadow of Mordor. The shadow. The shadow of Mordor. You gotta roll your tongue. Mordor. Nice. There we go. Pick up that blue and set that right in this. And in this corner, the dark Prussian blue right there. Well, may I give Puppers a scritch behind her ears for me? All right. Wow. That wet blending is coming along nicely. I need to do a little more right there. Need to change that. Need to get that. Get a little more. More going there. Yeah. Yeah, much better. All right. That's coming right along nicely. So, we got the pink up there and the dark blue back there, and then we got, looking at it from the front, I think that's nice. Some nice transition work going on there. I think I'll pick a little bit of this pink up right back here and just bring it up in there. Add just a little purple right here, so we don't lose that transition much. Bring that up there. The trick is to not leave streaks in it. That's the real trick to wet blending, is not to leave streaks in it. And I've got some streaks over here and the like, but I'm not gonna fuss with them too much. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. Just let that kind of naturally do what it's going to naturally do. Right? So. That's not too bad. Not too bad. A little streaky, a little streakier than I would like, but not bad. I think I could live with that. So, last wing panel, last wing panel, last wing panel here. So that's good, and we'll let that dry up, and then I think we'll work on his face a little bit. And after we get his face done, then we can go around and touch up all the mistakes. So we might get done with this dude this evening, or we're going to be really close to being done with him this evening. That's for sure. just clean some of that up right there and let it take itself away there. All right, and let's see, we'll take a little bit out right there where it's starting to pool up. Maybe we can get some of that, drag some of that away. So that was starting to pool up there and getting a little thick. Well, that's a pretty okay job if you ask me. Pretty okay. And I can live with okay. Now what I wonder is if I had taken that pink and just blended that pink back to the dark blue, whether or not that would have been sufficient to get that gradient as well. That's a thought. So we'll see where that takes us. We'll just feather that out. All right. Very cool. And I can probably clean up some of like right here. That's some bad transitioning going on right there. Oh, there's a spot right here. This is too straight. This is not natural. That needs to be cleaned up. And then this needs to be cleaned up over here. But I'm pretty happy with that effect. So that's pretty decent. So we got some good light color, so that if you look at it on your shelf, looking up at it, you'll see that pink on the rear, like the light's coming through, like it's getting thicker towards the phalanges. That's what these are. These are actually, so on a bat. So here's a little animal anatomy for you. So on a bat, you got the wings, you got the arm, like the arm, this would be the elbow right here. And then these are actually fingers, right? So there'd be a bicep, elbow, front flexors. I don't know what the front forearms are called. And then the fingers, right? So very much like a bat's wings. That's how these are. So looking at a bat, it would be thicker skin up in the corners between the phalanges, and thinner skin down here furthest away. Now I did use a little bit of license here, and I went light to dark, but really it should be light back here and dark up here. But I think for what it is and for what it looks like, I think it'll be okay. Maybe it's thin here and thick back here. I don't know. A lot of it depends on how the light is coming through too. So if you got a light source coming this way, it's going to brighten this up first. So I think it's okay. I don't think the paint ninjas are going to come to my house and cause me any trouble. At least I hope not. So, all right, that was a pretty good session right there. We're about 2 hours into the broadcast here. So I'm going to kick back for a few minutes and get up and stretch my legs. No, it's not a bio break. FYI. But I think maybe before I do that, maybe I'll just take a little bit of this this kind of plum color that I've come up with. It's between the pink and the purple. And just hit that there. Same thing over here. And maybe add a little bit of pink right at the very ends. Again, maybe just some wet blending here. Just a little wet blending maybe. Just a little bit. And bring that out. Yeah. Very subtle. Subtleness is fine. And if you want to see some really subtle work, hop on your Instagram and look for a guy named Chris Gorka. Gorka.Chris, I think, is his Instagram. And his highlights are so subtle, just smooth. He does a lot with airbrush, but it's one of those things that if you at first glance it looks like it's non-existent, right? It just looks like it's just the light catching it, but when you start looking at it, it gives a lot of correct texture to the things that he's highlighting. So but definitely check out Chris Gorka's work over on Instagram. He's got some good stuff. Really great stuff. Beautiful. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. All right. So I did a little highlight, little touch-ups on his little ears there. And probably will. All right, so we're going to finish up his face. We did his wings. We're going to do his face. And I'm going to take a break. I got to take a break. I got to get up. Sitting down after working and everything. I just need to get up and stretch for a minute because old. 50 years old. It's not the years, though. It's the mileage. Oh, I'm throwing things here. It ain't the years, folks. It's the mileage. All right. I'm going to take just a break. It is a bio break. In fact, it is for my biology. But it's not a bio break in the traditional sense. So we're going to just do that. I'm going to cut the microphone here. If I had a turntable, I'd I'd leave him there. So. And we are back just in time for an advertisement. All right. I gotta tell you, I just had a cinnamon bun. I just had like the last part of the cinnamon roll that I got at breakfast this morning, and it was really good. So I really do watch my sugar intake a lot, but every now, sugar and carbs and all that, but every now and then I do like to indulge myself after I've been good for a while. So definitely got to be careful of it, but oh yeah, that was good. That cinnamon bun. That cinnamon bun was really decent. Ah, well, my little rocks broke off. Oh well. Okay. If you're just joining us, welcome, welcome, welcome. If this is your first time here in the Pocket Dimension with me as I paint all the things, I'm glad you're here. This is this month's monthly monster. It's a giveaway for the subscribers on this channel because they're putting skin in the game and helping me keep the lights on a little bit here and there, and so I like to give back to my subscribers because they're, if they're spending a $5 a month, that's definitely worth my time to do something awesome for them. So this is the Blue Dragon from Nolzur's, the D&D Minis line from WizKids. And I just did some wet blending on the wings. And now I'm going to work on this guy's face. It is, in fact, a face that only a mother could love. So I'm going to start out with beige. Beige is a good color. And I'm going to base coat his teeth in beige. I don't want to match the color on his armor plates and spikes, really. I don't necessarily want to. I'm going to try to avoid matching that scheme altogether if I can, because I really want to punch it up to white. Give him some really gleaming, bright whites, pearly whites, Although I don't know that he necessarily brushes very well. Or flosses. He probably doesn't floss very well. And this is an interesting little sculpt here because they kind of didn't match it really well on both sides. It's a little lopsided. He's got more teeth on one side than he does on the other. So he's a little lopsided that way. So maybe he got smacked pretty hard by somebody and knocked some teeth out of his mouth. Knocked the teeth out of his mouth, as they say. We used to tell each other when I was a kid, we used to joke around. We'd say, you shut up, I'm going to knock the teeth out your mouth. And then somebody came around and started saying, I'm going to knock the taste out your mouth. Really? Wow, you're going to hit me so hard that the taste is going to go right out of my mouth. I'm never going to be able to taste anything again. Well, that's interesting. All right, ad break in progress over on Twitch. So if you're watching on Twitch and you don't like ads, consider using your Amazon Prime Gaming to support the channel, or use go ahead and subscribe. This month is September, by the way. So with September, you actually get a discount on your subscriptions. So, well, advertisement's not over, so that was just wasted air right there. Yep. Do I know when you started subbing? I think you have been subbed for 9 months now. Is that right? No, 5 months. 6 months? 5 months? Maybe? No, I think, actually, I'll tell you what, Miar. I think you subbed to me. I think you first subbed in February? January or February? So it's been about 9 months. Yeah, you're almost having an internet baby, my friend. So I think you subbed for 9 months so far. And let's see. So if you sub for, what's it, 6 months on the subathon, September, you actually get 30% off. So that's like getting 2 months for free. So right now is a great time to support your favorite channels because you get a discount. 20, 25, and 30% off. So 1 month is 20% off. I think it's 2 months or 3 months. 2 months, I think, is 25% off. And I don't know. I actually have it up on my Instagram. So I just made a post about it before I started tonight. So I don't know. When I can find the information, I'm less likely to remember the information if I know where to find it. I don't know if that's just how I operate. Oh, the date. The date. I don't know. I don't know the date. I think it was January 22nd or 27th. 22nd, I think. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. What's 30% of 6? So that's 2, right? So no, no, I'm not pulling your leg at all. That's exactly what it is. So no, you're fine. You're a faithful subscriber. You're right here all the time. You've got the monsters on yourself to prove it. That's okay, folks. I mean, if you if you want Miar to just keep getting all the monsters, I mean, you know, between Miar and DD minis, I guess Heretic Scott got one. That one went all the way to Scotland. Which I guess a purple owlbear in Scotland is probably all right because heather kind of has a purple color to it, right? Heather, the flower, the Highland flower there. So they, I'm sure that probably a big purple monster crashing out of big purple flowers makes sense to me. Our orchids are purple. I'm jelly about the dragon, right? Understandable. Well, Miar, there's going to be other dragons. So, but next month's or the October one or the September one, because this is for August. This is for August. It just happens to be. I'm just finishing up now. But the Cavern Troll, this is going to be the September one. So I'll start this one next. So that's the Cavern Troll. And after the Cavern Troll, this is going to be, November is going to be the Young Green Dragon. So there's that. With my jump start to playing Call to Arms, a game I can play myself. It would be my jump start to playing Call to Arms. I can play it. Yeah. So those are mine for the next couple of months here. And then December. December is a big one. You'll have to stick around to find out what December is going to be. I'm not telling. You'll just have to be there. So, all right, so I got some beige on his teeth. So now I'm going to get some, I'm going to go with ice or arid yellow or arid earth. Instead of, usually I go up to ivory, but I think I'm going to go with arid earth, which is a very yellowy color. It's kind of, it's not as pale as ice yellow, but it's right in the same neighborhood. Because like I said, I don't think this guy brushes his teeth too well. So I'm going to take the arid yellow, and I'm going to get a smaller brush. Like I said, I don't use small brushes really. Like I tell people, a lot of people just think, well, small figures mean small brushes. No, not really. Not the way you would think. So you want a good brush with a nice thick belly on it, and the having a nice point on the brush is really the important thing, is to have a good tip, good sharp tip. So we're going to go with the yellow here, this arid earth, which I guess is very similar. It is going to be, looks like I am catching the colors of his spikes here, which is what I was trying to avoid, but having that unity of color on here is actually not a bad thing either. So we'll just go with it. Repeating colors on your model can help tie the model together. So it's not really. I was trying to avoid maybe having this yellowish color here on his teeth, but I'm just going to lean into it. I'm going to go with it. I got to get a different thin skinny little brush. This one is just falling apart. It is just not holding a tip really. So that's a fine detail. So I need to find an equivalent to the Citadel fine detail brush. What have I got here? Insane detail. I don't want insane detail. Here is precise detail. That's close enough. We'll go with that. Pick up a little water. Here we go. Now I can tell that this is a synthetic brush because it's got a little hook, but that's okay. I can use that hook around to my advantage. It's really not. It's not the end of the world if your synthetic brushes get a little hook on it. It is not the end of the world, folks. You can lean into it and use it to your advantage. Teeth. Painting teeth. Little itty bitty tiny teeth. Although to scale, they're pretty big teeth. 6-8 inch teeth. Make short work of adventurers. Spaceships. You name it. pop him off the handle here so we can get a good angle at his twofers here. Didn't quite go according to plan, but that's okay. It's on the back side of the top ones. Hard to see those. Hard to see that. Add a little water. Get that definition back in there. Clean that out. Get some cool white here. Cold white. And we'll put that down. We'll pick it up here and do a final bright, super bright highlight on his teeth so that they stand out a little bit away from, because I'm not going to do white on these, on the, on his spikes. I will do white on his teeth though. I think we need to raise funds so you can get a better streaming computer or laptop. Maybe something from Walmart or something. Yes. Yeah, well, this is a Walmart laptop, but it's just old. I do need to get one. I definitely need to get... I've got to update everything. You are correct. You are very true. Very true. Well, that's what the monthly monster is for. To bring in people that want to subscribe and help me grow, help me become better at what I'm doing here. That's kind of the whole point of this with the monthly monster. So you're already doing your part, Miar. But you are absolutely correct. I need to update and upgrade a lot of things. I've actually got a friend that's a whiz when it comes. I actually got a couple of friends that are absolute whizzes when it comes to building computers. So I know the things that I need. I know what I would like to have. Well, I hope I get more people on here too. I'm trying to give away a copy of Warcrow. And I don't have enough people yet to do that. We got 75 more people that need to join, that need to follow before I can give the War Crow away. Now, if out of that 75, if 10 people decide to stick around and become usual, um, usual viewers, hopefully out of that 10 or so, maybe 2 of them will become, subscribers. Now, that's not great. That's not great. What you call it? That's not great metrics. But you know, it is what it is. And that's kind of why I'm running over here at on YouTube as well. But I need to up my YouTube game. There's a lot of things that I don't understand about YouTube. So one thing I need to do is I need to figure out how to get my live streams from YouTube onto my videos page instead of just being sitting in the live side. So there's that. The other thing is, like, I want to do you know how Adam Loper has his little 10-minute presentations each week. I want to do something like that. But my only problem is I don't want to copy him. But I thought about doing these really overproduced hobby instruction videos. But I don't have the workflow for that. I don't really have the time for it. So if I did a presentation I can give a 10-minute talk. I can definitely prepare a 10-minute talk on a subject. So, I mean, I think I could do that and upload it. So, what I'd kind of like to do is have that uploaded on Mondays. That way it kind of bookends. You could either look at it as bookending the weekend with Adam's presentation on Friday, or you could look at it as bookending the week with my presentation on Monday and his presentation on Friday. Lots of ways to look at it, So, I'm going to get a little bit of this electric blue, and I used magic blue from Vallejo Game Color just there, and I think it's not going to be a good high color. It's a good mid-tone, but it's not a good color for. So I put it right there. It's not a good color for being there. So. But yeah, I mean, I've been doing this now for almost 3 years, and I don't have 400 followers yet. So it is a little frustrating. I was hoping it would grow a little bit better than that, being Twitch and all. And YouTube takes a while for various reasons. It just is what it is, And it just may be that people aren't really into watching what I got to say. I don't have a lot of flashy stuff going on. I stay away from the controversies pretty much. I'm not talking about politics, and I'm not griping about female space marines and female custodies. I mean, that's for other people to do, not me. Try to stay positive, try to stay light. Just encourage people to get out there and paint. Try something. Paint put paint on something this week, whether it's a miniature, a model, or just even doing some canvas work. I mean, I've got canvases here at my place, and I've been intending to actually do some canvas work. So I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Again, it's just time and energy. So time and energy. It just is what it is, amigo. Cool. All right. What we got here? 9:30 now. All right, let's just take a quick little break here. Set that aside. Oh. I think I'll use yellow for his eyes because I want to do his eyes in yellow because yellow will stand out nicely against the blue, and there's enough red tones in his mouth and the wings that I don't necessarily think that I don't want to lose his eyes in the process. So with the pinks and the purples, I think the eyes might get lost. So I think I'm going to use yellow. And I'm going to use the yeah, well, I mean, my camera is a 4K camera. And part of the problem is you've got compression. So, and I'm pushing out. My computer can only handle pushing out. So I'm pushing out at 720, but I'm only getting we're only reading at like 380. So when it comes back and it goes back through the Twitch server and everything, yeah, I mean, I got a 4K camera, but that's no good if my upload speed can't can't do it. Now there is a company coming through and putting in fiber optic, but the problem with that is that company that's putting in the fiber optic has a reputation for not having the best customer service. So, have thoughts to increase your streaming catch and catching the viewers again? Well, I would be happy to hear those. Miar, if you think to, you could probably just shoot them to me in a DM if you want. Because if you put them here, I'll forget about them. Because I have the memory of a goldfish. So if you think of it, if you'd like to share those with me, I'd love to hear them. But if you can just DM those to me like over on Instagram, because I know you're on the gram. So, yep, just hit me up in the DM and let me know what you think can be done. I've been watching a lot of things about how to grow your YouTube, how to grow your Instagram, how to grow your how to grow all this stuff, how to grow your Twitch, blah blah blah, and it's like, I don't know if those folks just like to hear themselves talk or what. I mean, some of them have some pretty good ideas, but um, they just talk, 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 and by the time they get to what they're actually talking about in their presentations, it's like, wow, you know. No, I definitely, it's definitely things I need to do. I actually know, I actually have a direct line to somebody that is a social media specialist for companies. But again, that's one of those things that costs money, which I'm not against paying him, but I don't know how much he charges for. I'd like for him just to kind of look at what I got and give me like a bare minimum of what I need to do and kind of give me a prescription where he can sit down and say, these are the 5 things you need to do, and this is the order that you need to do them in. That would be great. Um, and I've watched a lot of these. My problem is I'm always watching these videos of people that know this stuff. So I sit and I watch them, but the problem is, Miar, that I'm not watching them. I don't have a notebook with me when I'm watching them. So, you know, that's a little difficult. But if he charged me like say $250 for an hour's consultation, I don't know that it wouldn't be worth it. What I'm saying is I think it would be worth it, right? But I have to know what he's talking about so that I have some familiarity with the process and everything. So, all right. So I'm going to let the yellow on his eyes dry up, and while I'm doing that, I think I'll work on his little beard there. He's got a little beard underneath there, and I'm going to do that in blue. I think I'm going to do it in a darker, I don't know, dark blue maybe. Maybe I'll go with a dark blue. But yeah, I need to get a couple of different cameras. I need a, what it really boils down to is I need a computer with a better graphics processor. Or, and here's something else I was kicking around. If I got an ATEM deck, ATEM, and I don't know if it's pronounced ATEM or ATEM. Either way, if I got an Atom deck, ATEM, Atom, whatever, tomato, tomato, right? If I got one of those, and I got three camera bodies like some old Canon Rebels, um, or whatever they've got, and got the right um, right lenses. I think that would probably help a lot because the thing is the Atom deck does all the processing for you. And so basically all I'd have to do is watch Twitch. I wouldn't even have to use OBS after that. So I could just use Twitch and um, YouTube just to monitor and react to the chat. You know, so there's a lot of ways to do this. Just got to find the right. Just got to find an economical method. You know. But the biggest problem right now, the thing that really kind of hurts my quality of stream is no face cam right now. For whatever reason, my laptop is not engaging with my onboard webcam, which I can find the well, like I can go into device manager, but it just doesn't. It just doesn't. It can't. It can't find it. It knows it's supposed to be there, but it just can't find it. If that makes any sense. It's got it. It's got it listed, but I'd like to have a face cam, a work cam, and then I'd like to have a camera on a little turntable, right? That shows I can put something on there, and then I need to set up my scenes to do that. So that, say, when I had a bio break, I could put whatever I'm working on the on the on the turntable. So people could look at that while I'm away from the desk. So that's the plan anyway. 3 camera coverage, maybe 2 cameras even for hobby stuff. Maybe like a long camera and a short camera. I don't know. But that's just one of those things that we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, you know. A lot of really weird angles on this particular figure because you can't get to everything. And then you got the wings that are blocking everything off. You've got the legs that are blocking each other off. It's just a very challenging figure to paint. Just exceedingly challenging. But that's pretty close to being it. Pretty close to being it. If you ask me. Pretty close. I think there's some touch-ups that I need to do yet, but pretty stonking close here. So I'm really stoked about the wet blending that I got done on this. It just, I mean, when you do the wet blending almost does itself. You know, you don't really have when you get it right, you don't have to do much to make it work. So, absolutely, absolutely, that was 100% fun. That was absolutely really fun. So, all right. All right, we'll mix a little bit of this dark blue into this black. Give him a kind of a dark blue, really, really dark blue pupil here. So maybe take a little purple and mix that in there too. Yeah, that'll look really nice. So we'll just do a little. Let me need that to flow just a little bit better. It's a little on the polymerized side there. So I want to kind of have his pupil looking forward here. Hey, Drago, the dragon, Drago Bonco, is this is the monthly monster for the subscriber perk. So if you are a subscriber, which this is September, and you get a discount on your subscription if you subscribe this month. The longer you set up your subscription for, the more discount you get. So this is the subscriber perk called Monthly Monster, and this is just this is the Nolzur's young blue dragon from the Nolzur's miniatures line from WizKids, and what it is this is the one that I painted up for this month's giveaway for my subscribers. So in order to be eligible, you have to be a subscriber because it's a subscriber perk. And you also have to be a resident of the continental United States or Canada. Void not offer not valid for if you live in Quebec, or void where prohibited. So basically that's it. So that's what the dragon is for. It is the monthly monster perk. Happens to be this one. If you look at my Instagram, you can see other monthly monsters that have been given away. So Yeah, that's what it is. Yep. So Miar won last month, and he can't win this month. So I'm looking for other winners. We don't have too many subscribers here. Nowhere near you. Understandable. I have sent. I did my very first one was during my. I did during my stream anniversary. Actually, Quantum Reveries was the first one that actually won the actual first one. But the second one was the Owlbear, and it was won by a gentleman in Scotland. But he had been subscribing to me for a while, and we kept in good contact. So I kind of bent the rules a little bit for him, but for the most part, just want to try to keep it easy to manage from a legal standpoint, and just from a easy to mail standpoint, because I'll tell you, mailing overseas is a little crazy. All right, I'm going to use a little blue. I want to line his eye here. Give him a little eyeliner, a little dark blue eyeliner. Why not? Maybe he's in a band. You don't know. This guy might be in a band. So maybe he needs some eyeliner. You don't know. You don't know anything about this guy. He could be in a band. Maybe that's why he needs some eyeliner. Okay? Don't judge. Don't get judgy. Maybe blue eyeliner is in where he lives, Maybe that's his thing. We don't know dragon culture. Well, Drago Bonko, you might know dragon culture since your name is Drago, so I'll leave that to you, but maybe this dude here, maybe that's just his thing. Maybe that's how he attracts mates or something, or the like. I promise I won't judge. Miar, miar, miar. So I'm going to touch up his eye just a little bit more here and get a little white going here. I just kind of want to bring this, give a little more definition, a little more shape to that iris, or pupil, I mean. So I'm going to kind of get rid of that a little bit. Boncho with a sound like cheese. Okay, Boncho, Drago Boncho. Gotcha. Drago Boncho. But just because you can't get into the monthly monster perk club, don't be afraid not to don't let that keep you from subscribing if you want, or just become a follower. Definitely become a follower, because if you are a follower, I'm giving away a copy of the when we hit 400 followers, I'm going to give away a copy of Warcrow, which is Corvus Belli's new fantasy battle game, fantasy skirmish game. So, oh yeah, I don't have that one set up. But I stream on Tuesday nights and Thursday nights, 7 o'clock Eastern U.S. time. That looks a lot better. So, that little purple button down there in the lower just underneath the screen says follow. Just hit that and try that there. All right. So. But somebody's going to get that if we can get to 400. I'd like to get to 400 before the end of the month because the game releases the last week of this month as far as I understand. So I'm trying to beat the street. I can't cuz I always follow. Oh, you already follow. Well, that's a horrible problem to have. I thought your name looked familiar. I thought you were following. I know you. I thought you'd been here before, so. Oh, black powder tech? Sure, understandable. Well, they're dwarves, so why wouldn't they have black powder tech? That is kind of a fantasy trope. I blame Final Fantasy for giving dwarves black powder because that's not something even Tolkien wrote about. Although wizards made fireworks, so you know, you got that. Conquest Degham. Yeah. So I'm trying a new thing. Whenever I see the ad break going, I'm trying to not say anything and not paint. So we got about 17 seconds left. 18, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're back. So the Black Powder tech stems from a first miniature game, long dead. Yep, Mage Knight faction, Black Powder Rebellion. Yep, they got no Black Powder tech. Yeah, well, and that's the thing is I think Final Fantasy started the whole Black Powder tech with dwarves, because traditionally, you know, most people were playing very Tolkien-esque games, and Black Powder wasn't a real thing back in the 80s as far as I remember for dwarves. So, but I could be wrong. Could be wrong. I'm not sure exactly. But Black Powder says yes. Black Powder, right? Mage Knight Rebellion. I remember that one. I never got into it. I was kind of I kind of saw that they were pre-painted figures, and I was kind of, well, I was young and I was a bit of a snob about it because I figured, you know, you should paint your own miniatures. Who's gonna buy a game with pre-painted miniatures, right? What did I know? Blind booster boxes that you don't know what you're getting? Huh. Yeah, who's going to buy that? So 3 years later, I'm playing HeroClix, and I'm part of the WizKids Envoy program. I guess who was eating his words? They taste better with salt. You know. But the overly thick application on those early WizKids figures always put me off. They just looked so bad. I know that if you could strip it off, you'd probably find a great figure underneath there, but and I think for a little while, Iron Wind Metals was producing metal versions of some of those figures at the time. So now what I'm doing is I'm just touching up places where I've overbrushed or gotten colors out of place. So, because this is going to be for one of my subscribers, so we want to give the best possible job here. So here we are, just painting away here. Right now I'm just kind of concentrating, so I'm a little bit quieter. I'm looking for anything that I've got where it's got colors out of place or overlapping where they shouldn't be, and I'm just touching it up with this lighter color blue, which is the highest color blue on the figure. I'm not really getting too worried about giving it a perfect repair, because again, I don't have a problem with the colors blending together a little bit, give everything a little bit more of a natural feel. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's how I feel about that. Well, that's how I feel about that. So Do I have music on? No, I don't have music on. If life has taught me anything, it is that people will gotcha, right? No, I don't have music on. Because I'm practically technologically illiterate, so I don't know how to do the turn the music on for the stream but not have it stay on the stream. I just figured I might as well not do it just to avoid any issues that it could possibly cause, especially since I'm multi-streaming out to YouTube now too. So YouTube is a whole nother ball of wax when it comes to uh, music on your stream. So, oh, your volume was off. He was wondering why it was quiet. Ah, yes. No, I was just kind of lost in concentration and being pretty quiet there for a moment. So I can't be a motor mouth all the time. Sometimes I have to stop and devote all my devote all my mental energies to the task at hand. Yeah, that's why it was quiet. I don't play music because I don't know how to do it in such a way not to get copyright and dinged. But this is a great month to subscribe to your favorite streamers. If you subscribe for what's it, 3 months, 6 months, you get 30% off. So that's like getting 2 months for free. So, or if you've got Amazon Prime Gaming, which is part of your Amazon Prime account, you can use that and subscribe to somebody for free too. So even though I do have stipulations for my drawing as far as where I can send them, uh, nothing wrong with supporting somebody if you like them, if you like what they're doing. But if you're all you can do is follow, lend your support, man, I tell you what, that is noble in and of itself. Feel free to share the stream with your buddies, your pals, your confidants, your comrades in arms, so to speak. And then also, feel free to follow the Instagram where you'll see works in progress and finished products, as well as the Discord. So hit exclamation point Discord and you can get the invite link. And I'd love to see your work in there. So randomly roll for rare characters. I see. Free to play. Oh, gotta lean back and stretch for a minute. All right. All right. Yeah, video games to me lost a lot. I mean, I like Halo. I like that. That was fun. But I'm just not a big. Hard for me to keep up with video games. I tried the Star Trek Fleet Command here a while back. I kind of liked that, but I just can't get into too many games. I like World of Tanks. So, and I'd like to stream it, but again, I don't think my computer could handle running World of Tanks and streaming all at the same time. That's how old my technology level is here. I might as well be broadcasting through a potato. Still chugging along, got a local community here, but decided not to because the long term investment is inspective from the personal experience as the TCG. Yeah, HeroClix. Yeah, HeroClix. I got into that and we had a pretty good community, but then it kind of, as things happen, um, and it was really just because the guy at the comic shop he refused to be open on Sundays, and that's when all the kids would come into town, and their folks, because we had a lot of kids that were from farm companies, farm communities that would come in, and they'd want something to do while their folks were in town after church on a Sunday. And so we did have a group playing, and they would meet at Sam Goody's, where they actually had stock of the of the game, right? Well, Sam Goody's being a corporate store, it wasn't so much that they had a problem with us meeting there. It was that they couldn't. They always their stock was inconsistent, so they had whatever the HeroClix set was at the time. They had boosters of that, and then they got those. They got something else. And there were about two cycles of HeroClix that we went through, two waves, Marvel and DC, and then they just didn't carry it anymore because being a corporate store, they can only provide what is in the warehouse. And when their buyers decide that something's not worth investment or constant selling to their stores, once those deals end, you stop seeing that product there. So we reached out to the comic shop owner, and he was always closed on Sundays and Mondays. Well, these kids would spend, you know, between all of them, 6, 7, $800. You know, you get 10 or 12 kids that have sold, sold chickens, and we had one kid sell a cow. He raised a prize winning bull, sold the bull off, and he was the first person I'd ever seen buy a case of figures, like a personal case. This was before you could buy them by the brick too, so he got some nice pulls out of it. But the problem is when you don't have product, you can't support the community. So Sam Goodies wasn't getting product, so the community kind of dried up, and we tried and tried and tried getting the guy to, because the thing is, we needed his tax ID number to show that he was a real business when we submitted venue information to WizKids. Well, the guy was kind of a flake, quite honestly. Nice enough guy, but just he'd always forget. And I'd go in every now and then. I say, "Hey, did you bring your tax ID number today? I talked to you about it last week. You said you'd bring it in." "Oh, I forgot." Well, okay. All right. So how about you bring it in? And I'm going to be back around this end of town next week around lunchtime. How about you bring it in then? We'll get things squared away and get you approved as a venue for running WizKids games, and we'll get kids coming in on Sunday afternoon. And oh yeah, that sounds great. And he's all for it, but he couldn't. The follow through was his problem. You know, again, and I've said it before. There are problems with game store and comic store owners in that part of their problem is that they're a fan of their own product, right? So they tend to be interested in what they're interested in, and they forget that they need to be interested in what their customers are interested in. Because if you can't get the things that their customers are interested in, you're not going to be in business for too long. You can't run a nerd business as your own personal discount store for getting discount product. They're a fan too, and that's important, but they also need to remember to be a fan of what the customers want. So I think I can leave some of this stuff in here alone. Just going to get some high points in here because this is in the shadow in here, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. Just pick off a little bit here and there. Just enough to bring some of the texture out. Yeah, looks good. Looks pretty stonking decent. Yeah, not very. Yeah, close on Mondays instead. Yeah, well, that's the thing is he did close on Mondays, so he closed on Sundays and Mondays. Because here's the thing: they need to have a weekend too, right? So, like the place here is closed on Monday and Tuesday, so they're open. We've got a comic shop and we got a game store. Well, the game store really, it's more of a retro video game store. And so, like tonight or Saturday, I think maybe Saturday, they're having a Halo party where they're going to play Halo. I think they got 12 openings, I think. And I've been trying to get him to carry miniatures. Miar's heard me talk about that before at length, and I don't really want to go into it tonight. But they run a Discord, and I'm always in there in the Discord posting up pictures of what I've done, and there's several people talk about miniatures in the Discord, and I've gone down to the shop and talked to them about carrying miniatures and building the culture and teaching classes, because I have actually proven that there is a market here in this town for that product. I run a paint and take at the local university, and I have college kids paint, and I have high school kids paint, and middle school kids paint. When they do the game conference, they all come in from all around the county and a couple of counties around, and they kind of get the idea that there's more to games than just beep bop boop computer gaming, right? Or console gaming. So showing kids the fun aspect of the hobby, painting miniatures, you know, it's kind of where gaming and art meet up together in a very real way, because you're learning to tell a story about the character as you're painting them. You know, what color clothes, while you are kind of captive to the clothes and equipment that the figure has on it, the colors that you choose can tell a lot about a figure. So are you going to dress that figure in purples and reds and blues, or are you gonna paint that figure's clothes in greens and browns and grays? So are they rich? Are they poor? Are you gonna paint a lot of wear and tear on their clothes? Are you gonna paint mud on there? What are you gonna tell us about your character the way you paint it? Which is also a skill that moves on over to like game design. And all games start on the tabletop anyway, right? In fact, we have a gentleman in my game club who has actually he's actually I hate to use the word reverse engineered, but broken down several video games and translated them to the tabletop. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I suggest a small game that has a pretty low model count. Yeah, me too. Oh. Yes, I have heard of Bushido Drago. In fact, I had a nice conversation with Jason, the owner of GCT Studios at Gen Con um, this past summer, last month. Yeah, that was last month, wasn't it? So yeah, he and I had a nice chat, and see, their booth was right behind our booth, so they were our booth neighbors. So um, we got to talking, and I was like, yeah, I do a little painting online. He's like, oh, too bad we're all shut down, because I only got to visit with him after we got everything broken down and closed up for the day for the convention. Everything was being stowed and packed up, and he's like, ah, it's too bad I already got everything packed up. I'd give you some figures for your channel. So I need to reach out to him again and say, hey, remember me? So, but yeah, we had a nice visit, and but I didn't realize I thought Bushido only started like 3 or 4 years ago. I didn't realize that they had been publishing for 10 years now. So, but now there used to be a role playing game it was written by Bob Charette called Bushido. But the funny thing is like people will ask him about that, and he's like, "No, it's not. That's not the same game. It's not our game." And sometimes people have even, I used to think, well, maybe there was some kind of it could be like a copyright infringement thing, right? Well, the fact of the thing is, I just said hello to Bushido. Yes, Miar actually did. Miar played, um, Miar played Bushido for the first time a couple weeks ago, and from what he said he had a good time. So he played a demo game of it, and he just absolutely loved it. Or so he said. So y'all can gush about it if you'd like. But yeah, it is just kind of seems like it's just now picking up in popularity. But I was talking with him and I asked him about that. I said, so how does that work out? He's like, well, Bushido is actually considered a common term, like telephone, right? They'd be like, if I had a game called Telephone and you had a game called Telephone, well, they're both called Telephone, but you can't sue me and I can't sue you because it's such a common word that, you know, unless I had like a comma behind it and had a subtitle, there's really not much I could do about it. So you could have telephone and I could have telephone the reckoning. So, in fact, I just saw let's see, just gotten rid of the majority PDG or something streaming. Oh yeah, possibly. Just gotten rid of the majority of Japanese aesthetic stuff. Yeah, I've got quite a bit. I've got Test of Honor version 1.0, so I haven't really had a chance to really dig into that yet. But all right, so I'm gonna pick up some this kind of brown earth color and this is just craft paint, just grody old cheapo craft paint. I usually do my bases with craft paint because I can waste it and I don't feel bad about it. I can abuse it, and like so. And Tenshiru on YouTube drew me back. PDG. Who's PDG? Miar. That seems familiar. Professor Dungeon Guy? No, that's PDM, isn't it? Professor Dungeon Master. I'm not sure who PDG is. Actually, they're Drago. Maybe Mjark can enlighten us. But that's the thing right now. Skirmish games are in. I particularly like Song of Blades and Heroes myself. for fantasy type stuff. It scales well, and you can do any kind of, you can use it for any setting you want, really. Um, it's really more of a framework that you can actually add more rules onto, in fact. I know a guy named Mike DeMona who took the Song of Blades and Heroes and applied it to history. So he's got a historical version called A Song of Drums and Tomahawks. And it's set during the early settlement period. So he's got stats for Daniel Boone and Simon Kenton and all those mountain men from back in the day, and he's got uh, stats for like Tecumseh and several others. He even has like Hawkeye from Last of the Mohicans. He's got statted out the Last of the Mohicans characters because that's right in that same period. So all right. So we're going to let that first coat dry a little bit. I could actually go back over it. It's still a little wet, and I could probably blend it out a little bit with some more of those colors, those earthen colors. But supposedly blue dragons they live in the desert. So I'm going to make it a very deserty sort of a base. I'll probably use some scrubby pieces of reindeer moss. I've got some tan and the like. So if I had some nice little 3D printed cacti, that'd be pretty cool. But I don't know if I'm going to worry about it too much. I think it was PDG. I'm not sure who PDG is. But is PDG on Twitch or YouTube there, Miar? Alright, I'm going to get a little bit of a lighter color ground cover here, so I'm going to use sable brown. I'm going to use this sable brown, and I'm going to overbrush. Even though this is still a little wet, I'm just going to overbrush it. And if it blends in a little bit, it blends in a little bit, and that's okay. So sable brown. Pick up these high areas here. Probably go back and maybe pick up some of these rocks that are sticking up. I might do in grays. just to kind of tie the ground together to the figure as well a little bit, you know, because the blue and the gray, the lighter grays and the cooler grays will look nice against the with the blue of the dragon. I think. So, like I said, I'm not trying to get everything in the same nooks and crannies as that first coat of the darker brown, burnt umber. Just kind of bringing it up to a lighter brown. Catching some of these high points on those rocks in here. Do some more later, maybe with a little ivory. Like. So, just dragging it right along. Let it blend a little bit if it wants to. We're just having a good time letting the paint do what the paint wants to do. We're going to make like Kenny Boucher, and we're going to respect the paint. We're going to respect the paint tonight. We're not going to tell the paint what to do. And then we can do a little bit lighter colors as well. Darker colors, lighter colors. Now, I don't usually like to use white to make colors lighter. I generally like to use ivory. So, I'm not going to use white. I was tempted to just a moment ago. But I'm going to use, well, we're going to go up to this color next, and this is Trail Tan. And we're use Trail Tan to lighten all those up a little bit. And then after that, I might even mix in a little bit of that Arid Yellow, which is the highlight on this guy's. Hey, Black Skull 1965, thanks for the subscription. Subscribed for 4 months now. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So you will definitely be in the running for this blue dragon. So, very cool. Hope you're doing well. I saw your post today on the Instagram. Looking mighty fine, fella. How's your wife let you out the house? That's what I want to know. Oh, yes. I understand. I mean, the fella's got to have the things the fella's interested in, right? So, just kind of being very loose about some of my paint application here on the base. Reach back in here. This is a very difficult figure to paint, quite honestly, because it is very closed. It's hard to get back in here behind the legs. It's just really difficult to get in there without getting paint all over things that you don't want paint on. So, So I think on Tuesday we'll have our drawing for this fella. If you are a subscriber, you don't have to be present to win, because I can pull up your information from my backstage stuff. So, all right, there's that. And then I'm going to get some of the arid earth, which is a very ice yellowy kind of a color. Finished with the Donkey Head Knight. Get to move on to Marley, a spirit from the same Moonstone release. Ah, very cool. The Moonstone stuff. Very popular. Very popular. I know a lot of people like it. It seems very whimsical. I guess that's a good word to describe it. Whimsical, maybe? There's a certain level of whimsy there. In those particular releases, it looks like to me. Kind of gives a brighter, happier. You can only play Grimdark so much. You can only handle so much of the heavy games that deal with all sorts of what's that word, fascism and all that stuff, factions and fascisms and all that kind of thing going on. But that's all fluff. I mean, it really doesn't have anything to. It's not really in the game per se, but that's the setting. So your mindset is in that area. So it's nice to have kind of stuff based more like storybook land. A little twisted storybook land. Little Brothers Grimm and the like kind of stuff. Looks like it could be. You remember those children's storybook collections or stories collections that sometimes you'd see, and they had these really nice, very simple but bright sort of watercolor illustrations? That's what Moonstone reminds me of. It's that whimsy. That sort of charming sort of aspect. This weekend I intend on continuing with my Cyberpunk Velma kit bash. Nice. Base is completed. Have to work on Velma 2036 on her Mystery Machine hoverbike. Very cool. Is that a what's the word I'm looking for? Is that a 3D print or is that from somebody? Because that sounds pretty neat. I created Velma in Eldritch Founding myself. Very cool. Nice. They do some nice work over there. They printed it and sent it off. Very cool. Sent it to you. Nice. Well, I've got the Cyberpunk game. I picked up Cyberpunk from Monster Club at Gen Con this year. So it's pretty neat. Looks like a good game. It's kind of Necromunda without the Games Workshop, if that makes sense. It's Necromunda without Games Workshop. So they're a little less spendy and a little bit, and the Siocast takes the paint so nicely. So, all right, I'm gonna set this aside. Set the palette aside. I hear the rules are better too. Yes, yeah. The one thing the only real drawback to me is proprietary dice, but I'm trying to warm to the idea of proprietary dice. It's just I'm not a fan of having components that could get lost, or you know, oh, I don't have enough of the swoop dice, so I guess I can't play this anymore. It's kind of like having a computer without the right power cable, you know. But I like the figures. I really do like the figures, especially since you don't have to stick them together. Proprietary dice are the bane of modern tabletop games. I hate it. Yeah, yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I'm giving my Warcrow box away, because it has proprietary dice, and it was like I didn't know what to expect from Combat Zone other than it had cool figures I already liked. But Warcrow, I like the figures, but there's nothing really remarkable fantasy-wise about them. They're nice figures. They're absolutely beautiful. The orcs are wonderful. But I was excited for it, and then I noticed it was proprietary dice, and I was like, well, I wanted to get it anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and get it, but I'm going to get it and give it away. So that's why I'm giving away my copy of Warcrow. And I got it a whole 2 months before it hit the streets. So hopefully we can get 400 followers here and I can give it away before it hits the street. So I'd like to have it out before the end of the month, because I believe the street date for Warcrow is the last week of this month. So, no, Drago, I am not a fan of the custom dice. I could barely... Well, for my subscribers, we're going to wait for just a moment while the ad break clears. We got about 1 minute and 20 seconds. And while I'm waiting, I'm going to stand up here and get something. So, yeah, 30 jumping jacks right now. That's right. That's right, Black Skull. Well, I needed to reach up and get some of the basing material here. But as I was... drat. It was 15 seconds yet to go before I can continue on to thought here that I was sharing with... my opinions I was inflicting on our new friend here. If I did 30 jumping jacks, would that end my stream? Probably, as probably as dodgy as my connections are. So as I was saying there, Drago, I enjoyed X-Wing, but the proprietary dice that X-Wing used were about all I could tolerate. So, if that makes sense. I do find it weird that they could build a system using normal dice. Yeah, I think... I mean... I guess it's all in what... To me, it's just another thing to buy, another thing to lose. Right? So... And then if you lose it, where do you, can you get those dice anymore? What if the company goes under or they stop making that game? You know, there are a lot of things to consider when choosing a game that uses proprietary dice. You know, to me, it's just not a. It's kind of a risk, right? Because what happens when they don't make it anymore, and you move, or your your cousin eats the dice, or whatever, you know. Um, what happens then? Can you, if you can't get them anymore, you just stuck, can't play the game, you know, because sometimes the proprietary dice, they have results on them that um, that you can't replicate with a regular die of the same shape. So, because it will mean different things, and you know, again, a lot of that is just personal preference, you know. But I can see that there could be ranging effects. You know, what if you move, lose the dice? What if you take that game out to your friend's house and you leave the dice there, and then something you know, you accidentally leave that stuff there, and something happens, and you know his wife or girlfriend decides that you're not allowed to come back and play with your friend or whatever, you know. Those things happen. So, when you're beholden to them, intuitive, creative way to get out of a game writing hole by their way of thinking. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Um, Longtime gamer, 30 years. Think new developers feel regular dice systems are over. Nothing new can be produced, so they move on to specialty dice. One, you are beholden to them. Well, and part of it too is how do you want your dice mechanics to work, right? So the game that I have in mind that I want to write, um, the dice reflect the quality of your troops. So if you have ever played Force on Force, or Force on Force, or Dirt Side, or um, Pulp Alley, you'll kind of get what I'm going for. So like your basic grunt, just basic trained trooper, that's decent for what they are and for who they are. That's like they are represented by a D6. Like your then your, oh, look out, earthquake. Then your what you call it? Your elites, they use D8s, and like your kind of untrained, massive, hysteric mob, just a big old mob of people that, you know, untrained civilians and the like, they'd be like a D4. So, you know, it's, oh, DGS uses that game as well, that style, as well, representing troops with dice. So that's they do that too, representing quality of the fighter with the size dice that they use. So it's kind of a universal way of solving that problem. Why is this guy really good and he's rolling a d6 and he's only 17 point, he's got only 17.3 better chance of doing something else rather than something that really reflects his skill and ability, you know? So But yeah, I agree, Black Skull. I think the same idea there. I think that uh, it's a matter of we can do it. We're doing it just because we can do it. I don't know that it's lazy, but I think what it does is it's leaning into manufacturing because here's the other thing about it is it's something else that you have to buy from their company. So it's a way to make a sale on something extra. So instead of just going to Walmart and buying a pack of 5 D6s or rating your game of Risk or Yahtzee, right? Um, it's a way to sell you another product. We make another sale. We get another exorbitant amount of money for proprietary dice. Oh yeah. Oh, the proprietary. Oh, that's $15 for those dice. What? That's ridiculous for a set of dice. 12, $15 for a set of dice? Are you kidding me? And I have to have it to play. No, thank you. Three different sets of faction dice for Bushido, so might be a me thing. Sure. Well, and there's a difference though between custom dice with a facing that is custom to your faction. So, say you have a D6 or a D10 where you're the best possible outcome is reflected by the symbol for your faction, right? So the crest or the mon or whatever. Uh, if you were playing Imperial Japanese, maybe they've got a chrysanthemum on the 6 side or in place of the 0 for the 10. Um, Whatever. But there's a difference between custom dice and proprietary dice. Proprietary dice is symbols in places of numbers, and then the numbers aren't really, things don't line up between the numbers and the actual faces because yeah, whatever reason. But that's just me. I mean, that's a me thing. I just happen to be the guy with a microphone right now. So, my opinion matters not. But it's just not something that I find particularly compelling when I'm looking at a game system to buy or get into. Um, Proprietary dice are a huge turnoff for me. Now, in the interest of fairness to the modern generation, did you take your Geritol today, by the way? I did read an article a while back where a couple game developers started using specialty symbol-only dice in orders for dyslexic and/or ADHD players could participate. I don't know if that matters or not, but there. You know, I think that's valid. I think that's a valid thought, especially if you're like me and have dyscalculia. So numbers can be confusing at times, especially on dice that have pips. So that can be hard to pick out. So, but I mean, I think that's a valid argument. But just let me just have my anti-capitalist rant though. It's just so they can make you buy something you don't need to buy. No. Though I do agree, Black Skull. I definitely agree that that having a quick reference with a symbol for people that have recognition problems with letters or numbers can definitely help facilitate their enjoyment of the game quicker. A cousin who played with us and he had to buy a numbered dice because he had difficulties adding pips. Right. Right, exactly. Yep. So I think, because that's a disability. Dyscalculia is a disability. It doesn't mean that you necessarily can't do math. It means that it's really, really difficult. Concepts don't come easily. Addition is your default method of solving problems. It doesn't even mean that you can't do like multiplication tables or anything. It just means that you have a little more trouble than most. I mean, it's borderline mathematic illiteracy. And it was really hard to deal with in the 80s because nobody believed that sort of thing existed. So I think personally the developers know no kid these days wants to do math. Well, you got yeah, right? Look here. You and me, Black Skull. Next time we get together, we're gonna go outside and we're gonna shake our fists and yell at the sky. We're gonna yell at the clouds. And we're gonna find some kids and harass them and tell them to get off our yard, even if it's not our yard. These kids today, they don't want to do math with their Xboxes and their Tamagotchis and their Pokemans. Hey, who let these old guys on Twitch? uh, Old Mr. Black Skull, the painter of comic style minis. Yeah, and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling participation trophy kids who just want grimdark. Bah! Oh, you're touching on some interesting things there, Black Skull. There's some conversations we've been having behind the scenes. at Sea Dog Game Studios about certain things, and grimdark, and trying to get, have a fun war game where we don't fall into some of these fascist tropes of like 40K and BattleTech. So, but yeah, you kids with your grimdark and your space marines and your power armor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But the thing is the popularity of Moonstone. It tells me that people are kind of tired of the dark, dark, dark. The I'm Batman and I hate everything and I'm just rah. Blah, 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 blah. Now I'm gonna despair. I'm gonna be gothic and despair in the darkness. What was it? Was it Chris Kattan in Saturday Night Live? He had that character. I am Osriel, Prince of the Darkness, and it was him, and it was what was the girl's name, the lady's name that played his sidekick, and they were like it was like almost a public access TV show. I don't remember what it was, but but yeah, I think people have gotten a little bit tired of the grimdark science fiction. Everything is horrible, and I think they want to have fun back in their games. Putting out a cigarette in my Schlitz beer can and rocking back and forth in his chair. I remember back in the good old days when people just painted minis as they saw fit. People had styles. Tabletop quality was not even a thing. Ah, yes. You're not wrong, Black Skull. You're not wrong. Absolutely. So true. True. Very true. Nowadays, back in the 90s, my painting would probably have won awards. Now, I'd be ashamed to try to put it in an award show. you know but all right, well, I think I'll be taking some pictures of this dude here in a minute, but before I do that, let me it is that time, and I'm going to see who there is out there to raid. Did I airbrush those wings? Oh, no, I did not airbrush those wings. That's wet blending. That is all wet blending. Ask Miar. So I started out wet blending just like purple to blue, and I wasn't getting enough of a gradient, so I added, so I used Louise's dark hot pink from the Rogue Hobbies Pro Acryl Signature Series, so Louise Sugden's. And then the mid-grade is the Royal Purple from Vince Venturella. And then the dark blue is the Dark Prussian Blue from Vallejo Model Colors. And so I started out with the pink up here. And I put a big old blob of pink there. And I put a big old blob of purple here. And I put a big old blob of blue here. And I just blended it all together as I went down. So that's how I did it. So let's raid out to somebody who is better than me. Oh, well, here is... Oh, there's Holly Monster. There's Useless Wizard. Kaylee Larson is up. I haven't seen her for a while. I haven't stopped in to say hello. Rottweiler 1616. He's cool. He's doing Scaventide. Oh, let's see. Who else is here? Lethal Shadows is up and running. Let's go see Lethal Shadows. So let's raid Lethal Shadows. And as I say, no matter how bad the day might have been for you, the sun is coming up tomorrow, and the world is a better place with you in it. So we're gonna raid over here to Lethal Shadows. And are we Are we? I thought they were on. Are they not on? Stream has been up for 2 days and 8 hours. Well, that's weird. Okay. Well, let's just go and raid Ryan then. We'll go over here to Useless Wizard. Says he's offline too. That's weird. Well, it says that everybody that I keep on finding is offline. Very strange. All right. Wow. Well, Holly Monster is showing off her ReaperCon stuff. Maybe she's up and running. Says she's offline too. That's weird. Well, I guess we're not. Oh, Kaylee is on. White Night Whisper's on too. Okay. Well, I haven't stopped in and seen Night Whisper for a while. I haven't seen Kaylee for a while either. So, let's go over here and hit. Here we go. I wonder if there's a problem I wonder if there's an internal problem with Twitch that keeps on acting like, okay, we've got a start raid button. Okay, here we go. So let's go say hello to Kaylee Larson and see what she's painting. So we're going to start the raid here. I pushed the button. And we're raiding in 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Put your Viking helmets on, folks. Here we go. All right. And for YouTube, unfortunately, you can't raid out with us because YouTube does not have any kind of community building function yet. And if they did, boy, they would just eat everybody's lunch. So, I'm going to stop streaming. Good night, everyone. Have a pleasant evening and a beautiful tomorrow. End of stream.